You're watching 13 WMAZ News, Elections 2022.
Hello and thanks for joining us. It is election night across Georgia and across the country.
It is 7 p.m. That means polls across the state are closing, and we're going to start getting results for races with major impacts. Our team is across the state tonight to bring you the very latest. In Atlanta, we're following the candidates for Georgia Governor and U.S. Senate. Suzanne Lawler with Governor Kemp's campaign, Kalisha Moore with Stacey Abrams, Anthony Montalto with Herschel Walker, and Molly Jett with Senator Raphael Warnock.
As results pour in, our journalists are keeping track. This is a live look at our newsroom as we coordinate information from our live teams and also follow results across central Georgia and the entire Peach State. We also have teams at local polling locations. Ramey Cohen is live from the Board of Elections in Houston County. Again, 7 p.m. Polls close most places around the state. A couple in Cobb County, one in DeKalb County. I'm hearing will stay open a little later. Remember, though, if you're in line but have not cast your ballot, you stay put, and you're allowed to. Ramey, why don't you tell us how things are wrapping up right now in Houston County?
Yes, Frank, it's starting to die down a bit now, but earlier there was a heavy flow of folks coming in to vote. You know, we'll show you what we saw earlier today. We caught up with some of the voters who say they want to make sure that their voice is heard. Some of the issues they talked about was healthcare, women's rights, and education. And now Mike Young joins me. He is a poll worker here at Houston County. Mike, talk about how long you've been doing this job.
I started about 2 years ago. I'm retired now, so I'm doing my part.
Yeah, what made you want to start? Like, what have you enjoyed about it?
Well, I believe in voting, and I believe in helping people vote, so I encourage everybody to vote.
Yeah, and how has this turnout been? You've only been doing it for 2 years, but what's it look like today?
It's been very steady today here. We understand that there were a lot of people that voted early, but we were still expecting people who like to vote on election day to be out, and they came out.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, Frank, Lori, back to you.
Well, tonight we are joined by our 13 WMAZ election panel. They're here to provide important context to the races we're closely following. Our guests include State Representatives Heath Clark and Marion Paris. Clark is a Republican representing District 147, which includes parts of Warner Robins and Centerville. Paris is a Democrat representing 142, which includes parts of Macon. And Cliff Wilkinson is with me now. He's a political science professor at Georgia College and State University in Milledgeville. Thanks so much for being here tonight. Polls are closed. Are there any certain areas of the state that you are watching closely tonight?
Really would like to look at those areas that voted, say, very high numbers for Biden, a lot of turnout. Some counties where you can really see strong Republican turnout and strong Democratic turnout. And so what we look at is see, well, which one of those areas seem to have reduced turnout, which one seems to have, better than average, better than last time. Locations that I like to look at a lot of times is like Baldwin County, as close as Baldwin is. Rusty Kid, Independent. A lot of times we see Baldwin kind of in between, that Democrat to Republican. Which way will they go? The North Georgia area, do they have a considerable turnout? In one of those counties that seem, and listening to Gabe Sterling with Raffensperger's office, had very long lines was Stevens County. Northeast Georgia, very strong Republican area. So I would like to kind of see if that's the case in the other areas.
See how that kind of translates to what the final results are.
Exactly. Let's look at Hancock County, typically very strong Democratic county. What was the turnout in Hancock? Those things can kind of give us an indication of what the trend may be.
Here we are with a midterm election. It doesn't seem too long ago where we were talking about like voter apathy, and now so many people are engaged. What do we normally see during midterm elections, and how can you compare that to now?
Yeah, that's not typical. Midterm elections usually have much less turnout. There's just not as much engagement, not as much interest in midterm elections. And so you see usually more partisan individuals, Democrats, strong Republicans, et cetera, turning out. The independents simply don't have as much interest in it. But in this election, what we're seeing is that interest is very high. Turnout seems to be much higher than usual.
When we talk about the election results, and I know there's a lot of close eyes on the polls, people making sure everything is going the way it should, are you concerned at all about how long those final results might take to get in?
Always, especially recently when we had so many questions about elections. And very important, as a former election superintendent, you want to make sure it's transparent. You want to make sure you have plenty of poll watchers from all of the candidates' campaigns so that they can see, one, that it's fair, it's just, and that any problem comes up, you will take care of it judiciously and also with them watching. It's got to be transparent.
That's it. That's it. And we want folks to just be patient, and this is just all part of the process. Trust the process.
And where you're there, it may be late. You know, it may be early in the morning or the next day. But yeah, you really do have to be patient because some of the process can take a long time to really count, especially those absentee ballots.
Okay. And then, of course, we have, Georgia was in play, a couple of years ago. We have these two really, big races, the Senate race and, of course, the governorship. What are you watching for there?
I'm really watching more for that Senate seat. I'm looking to see, because the Senate is so much closer. Only a few seats do the Republicans need to be able to capture the U.S. House. We kind of expect it. That's typical. Usually in the midterm election, the party of the president loses seats in Congress. Well, if that's the case for the Senate, the GOP doesn't have to have but one gain of a seat to take control of the Senate.
Wow. High stakes.
High stakes is right.
Professor Wilkinson, thank you so much, and we'll be talking to you throughout the evening. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Frank, back over to you.
Thanks very much. Let's turn it over to Ashlyn Webb. She will be with us throughout the evening with our election tracker, counting how the votes come in different counties around the state. Ashlyn.
Yes, Frank, we're following local, state, and federal races tonight, but we're focusing on a handful of races so we can do a deep dive on results as they come in, including the governor's race. Of course, polls just closed, so we don't have any counties reporting just yet. But in the meantime, while we're tracking that, let's look at some of the last time the candidates faced off. We're going to jump over into 2018, and you can see the Governor Brian Kemp had a majority of the vote then with 50.2. Most of the state lit up in red. That's because 130 out of Georgia's 159 counties, most of them were rural. That's what Kemp won. Meanwhile, Stacey Abrams won about 48%. You can see around, especially the metro areas, so Atlanta, Columbus, Macon, Augusta, Savannah. But let's take a look at how Central Georgia voted in 2018. I'm going to zoom in right here and actually put a heat map on top of that just to get a look at it. And you can see most of our counties lit up in red or pink. That's because it voted heavily Republican. We can jump around and see that in Monroe County, Governor Brian Kemp won the county with 71.9% of the vote. Also, other places that he had a heavy percentage, over 70%, Crawford and Wheeler County. But how did Stacey Abrams do in this? We're going to jump over to see the total there, and you can see Bibb County, 61.1% she won. Then over in Macon, 62.9%. Hancock County, 75.1%. And then also over in Baldwin, you can see it was really close. Like Cliff was saying, in Baldwin County, this is one of the closer counties, but Kemp won with 49.5%. So how will these candidates fare compared to 2018? We'll just have to wait and see. Right now, we're keeping an eye on it. Still 0% reporting, but once that changes, we'll give y'all an update. Back to you.
All right, Ashley, thank you very much. It's going to be very interesting to see how things play out tonight. Right now, we're checking in with the campaigns for Governor. Suzanne Lawler has been following Governor Brian Kemp's watch party, where it's just getting underway, and Suzanne joins us live. Oh, we heard plenty of music coming from the governor's watch party, but not Suzanne. The watch party is taking place at the Coca-Cola Roxy. Suzanne says she imagines that it'll be wall-to-wall people. Says the governor may come out and chat with some folks. So we'll have to wait and see how that race goes right there. From one campaign part to the other, Kalisha Moore, it will be with the Abrams campaign party tonight in Southwest Atlanta.
That's That's right. Well, there's not much going on here right now. In a little under 30 minutes, people should be coming in to Stacey Abrams' watch party. Now, something that you didn't see at home was a very thorough security sweep. It lasted well over a couple of hours. We actually just got in not too long ago. Now, earlier this week, Abrams sightings have been few today, but other than that, an interview happened with her at a radio station. But during a visit at Best in Brewing in Atlanta, she got voters fired up with a speech where she touched on one of her key issues all year, Georgia voting rights, and her argument that state Republicans are trying to suppress the vote.
He has attacked our freedom to vote. That's why 1,000 voters in Cobb County did not get their absentee ballots because of Brian Kemp's law. That's why more than 65,000 voters had their right to vote challenged this year alone because of Brian Kemp's law.
Now for you at home, stay up to date with updates on 13WMAZ.com. Live in Atlanta, Kalisha Moore, 13WMAZ News.
Thanks so much, Kalisha. We are joined now by our other two panelists, State Representatives Heath Clark and Miriam Paris. We really appreciate you both being here tonight to give us your perspective. We took out our listening lab for the month of October, and around Central Georgia, we wanted to find out what was on voters' minds. And the top three topics that really resonated there were inflation, abortion, and violent crime. When you're out in the community and when you're dealing and talking to your constituents, I'm wondering, are they echoing those same concerns, or are you hearing something different? Representative Paris.
You know, I'm hearing those same things, but maybe not in that order.
Okay.
Crime is at the top of most of my constituents' list. Like, there's so many nights when we hear just random gunshots. We don't know whether they're random or not, you know, but the crime is certainly very high on the list, and I think inflation would come next. But I think third, which a lot of people aren't talking about, is candidate integrity.
Okay.
A lot of my constituents are wondering, you know, how is it that there are people that are running that most people seem to believe that they are, like, not qualified, and qualified from a standpoint of, you know, integrity, honesty, accountability, and such as that. So it's a changing landscape for us, I think, and we're going to have to do what we can to navigate that.
Representative Clark, same question.
I think those three issues are probably at the top of the list that you would hear about in this election. In abortion being more after the decision the Supreme Court made on the Democratic side. I think that somebody who's a one issue, or if that's like at the top of their list, they were probably already motivated to go vote, and probably voting Democrat anyway. But the reality of the situation of the economy and what's going on across this country, that does not surprise me that inflation and violent crime are very much at the top of people's list. That's the reality that's going on right now, and it has people concerned. And I think we talked earlier about the high numbers. I think that's part of it is people are frustrated, they're scared, they're concerned, and they're worried.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, do you think that's what's possibly fueling this high voter turnout?
Yeah, I do, yes. Across the board, I think you might even see some people who have traditionally voted one-way vote this election for some change, because every time they go to the gas pump or every time they buy groceries or there's a shortage on baby formula, people are concerned. It's just not the America that we grew up with or the one that we envision and that we take pride in.
So let's talk about your voting experience. Now, Representative Clark, you voted today. How did that go?
In and out. So my schedule wasn't conducive to go wait in line, and I knew that there were some lines for the early voting, not as bad as they have been in the past, but so I was in and out in 5 minutes and out there waving signs for the person who I'm supporting running for my seat.
Okay, very good. And you, Representative Paris?
Yeah, I voted today also. I typically was a election day voter, and a lot of that was because my name was on the ballot. But this year, I did go ahead and vote early, but it's not for any traditional reason. It was I just was so busy during the election season. It was either some press conference was going on here, or I was knocking on doors, a few times. It was just a busy, very upbeat, high fast-paced election season, and I'm really happy to see it come to an end.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you both so much. We'll be talking to you more throughout the evening. We certainly appreciate your time and your expertise. Okay, let's send it back over to Frank.
Interesting insights. Thank you all very much. All right, time now to check back in with the Governor Kemp campaign, Suzanne Lawler. We heard some music a little while ago. I think Suzanne's ready to join us right now.
Well, Frank, the noise level has gone up a few notches since we talked to you last. I'm here with B.J. Patterson, video journalist. My friend, let's show you around the place. At the Coca-Cola Roxy, gates opened at 7 o'clock. People starting to stream in. They've got their banners, they've got their pins, and just imagine, about a couple hours from now, it will be wall-to-wall with folks. Governor Brian Kemp may mingle, but he doesn't usually come out and address folks until the end of the night. We did find a fan, Bill Hines, outside in his red, white, and blue jacket, getting ready to come in.
Only choice. His leadership, keeping us safe. COVID, the economy, getting everybody back to work. Been a fan for years.
I'll tell you what did you have for dinner tonight? Governor Brian Kemp, he had a chili slaw dog at the Varsity. He might be feeling pretty confident. Back to you.
All right, Suzanne, thank you very much. Throughout the night, you can watch our election coverage on 13 WMAZ. If you don't have cable or provider, don't worry. We'll also provide coverage online and on streaming devices. We'll be live on 13WMAZ.com, the 13WMAZ YouTube channel, and on 13WMAZ Plus. All you have to do is download 13WMAZ Plus on Roku or Fire device. You can also watch on your phone by downloading the 13WMAZ app. We're available on all Apple and Android devices. Thanks for joining us. We'll continue to check in with our field crew and panelists coming up at 7:45. And as the results start coming in, we'll be streaming them on 13WMAZ.com and all our streaming devices. It is Election Night 2022.
You're watching 13 WMAZ News, Elections 2022.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage, midterm elections 2022. Polls closed about 45 minutes ago in most places, and results are starting to come in. Very preliminary results, but let's take a look at what we have. First, of course, the race at the top of the ticket for governor right now. Again, with some early votes in, Stacey Abrams has jumped out to an early lead. She has 56% of the vote to Brian Kemp's 43%. Libertarian Shane Hazel not making much of a dent right now. Also, the other big race in the state is the race for U.S. Senate. Right now, the incumbent, again with early votes coming in, Raphael Warnock has 60% of the vote to 39% for Herschel Walker. And again, Chase Oliver, the Libertarian, not really tracking much. We are following results across the state and, of course, county by county. Ashlyn Webb is taking a closer look at those county by county votes. She joins us in studio right now with our election tracker to show where some of those early votes are coming from. All right, Ashlyn.
Yes, we're getting some early numbers in right now, and I'm joined by Professor Cliff Wilkinson from Georgia College and State University. We're showing about 700,000 votes coming in, with the majority going towards Stacey Abrams, of course, still very early on, and most of these counties this is just early votes coming in. Professor Wilkinson, what do you think of just the numbers we're seeing right now?
You know, we're seeing similar results that we've seen in the past. We're looking at those areas, those counties that have been strong Democratic support or strong Republican support, still seeming to follow those patterns that we've seen in the past. Yes, it's very early. I mean, this is kind of exciting. I want to take this back to the classroom with me too. And there's some counties that, you know, we can look at. Mm-hmm. I think you were talking about Houston earlier. Yes. And, you know, we see typical result that we normally do for Houston County, very strong Republican support. But here's something interesting that we can deal with turnout, because if we can't, you know, really figure out in terms of percentages, we can look at turnout. Do those strong Democratic counties or strong Republican counties have very high turnout in comparison to the past? What this is showing in terms of House County, all of these votes they've counted so far, and early as it is, they're very close. It looks as if there's very high turnout in Houston County.
It is 40,000 votes already, and that's compared to 2018 where they had 59,000. So very, very good turnout so far. We're going to jump over to the Senate race too, where we're getting some numbers, and let me look at the total overall. You know, majority going to Warnock right now. What do you see? What stands out to you right now with the 820,000 votes coming in?
Well, can we go back to Houston County? Because that could be a good indication too how far behind necessarily Kemp Walker is. Same number of votes pretty much, yet
we can compare that to 2016 too, the Isaacson race.
Much less in terms of percentage wise, and also in terms of percentage wise considerable difference between Walker and Kemp, which means we have some of that split ticket voting going on in the Senate race versus the governor's race.
Of course. So right now we have about 17% estimated total vote reporting right now. We'll continue to follow this. Lori, over to you.
Thank you so much, Ashlyn and Professor Wilkinson. I'm here with our other panelists, State Representatives, Democrat Miriam Paris and Republican Heath Clark. And we were just looking at the Houston County numbers, those early numbers coming in. But any surprises you're seeing there, Representative Clark?
I don't think so. In fact, I'm kind of, the way historically early voting tends to be very much more heavily Democrat, I think that it bodes well as it goes forward for the Republican ticket. A little concerning that that Walker is a little bit behind, that far behind on Kemp on the results that have come in so far. So it's showing people exercised their voice on the person and not the party, and which is a good thing. But if I'm in the Walker camp, I'm a little worried right now with that.
Sure. Any surprises that you're seeing so far, Representative Paris?
Well, we knew turnout was going to be heavy on both sides. I'm just happy to see, of course, our candidate taking the lead, but it's still yet early. Still got a lot of other precincts to come in, got a lot of other counties to come in, and we're going to be watching that for sure.
Now, you are running unopposed this election cycle, but I'm guessing you probably still stay pretty busy during election season.
I do. I stay very busy, you know, especially this election season. It has been really an arduous task trying to inform the voters on what the issues are, what's at stake here, not just here in Georgia, but in the country. I saw some ads that were a little bit concerning to me because it the narrative was that Senator Warnock was doing things that were affecting the state individually, and it's like he's not a state senator. Mm-hmm. He is a U.S. senator, so the things that he votes on, they affect, they either benefit or affect the whole country. But I was very busy, really just trying to get the vote out and informing people as to, what the real issues are here.
And I know even though that this is going to be your last stop for temporarily, for in politics, no plans. But you're still very active in informing, your constituents and the folks in Houston County.
And I just try to want to continue to be in the community, a part of serving the community. So I'm not disappearing. I'm just going to take on a couple of new hats.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you so much. We will talk to you again soon. Frank, back over to you.
All right, Laureate Miriam Paris, Heath Clark, thank you very much. Senator Warnock's party is underway now in Atlanta. Molly Jett joins us live to tell us what's happening.
The music is loud and the doors open just after 7 o'clock, and as you can see, there are quite a few people that are already here. Now the polls closed a little less than an hour ago, and right now we are starting to see some early results. In the meantime, Warnock's supporters are confident he'll be elected as Georgia's senator. Some of the people speaking at his watch party tonight: Bishop Reginald Jackson, Rabbi Ellen Neuenhauser, and the mayor of Augusta, Pastor Dr. Gerald Dorley, calls Warnock a man of faith.
And one who offered himself in service to the state of Georgia and to this nation. And Lord, first of all, we thank you for what he has already done.
People are excited and the energy is here. Now they say that he is on his way to victory. Senator Warnock is on his way to victory. Live in Atlanta, Molly Jett, 13W, NBC News.
All right, thanks very much, Molly. We'll continue to check in with Molly on updates on the Warnock campaign as the night goes on. The last time we checked in with Anthony Montalto at the Herschel Walker watch party, Anthony was still outside the building as they were doing a security sweep. He now is inside with hundreds of Walker supporters watching the results. Let's check in with Anthony.
Well, hey there, Frank. As you can see behind me, we are back in the building with tons of people who are gathered in the grand ballroom to see results come in. We've even got some speakers on the podium, so I think it's safe to say the party's kicked off here in Atlanta. Now, we've spoken with tons of people, folks from all the way from Tifton, from Cherokee County near Atlanta, and of course closer to home in Macon. Many of them are adamant Herschel Walker will win tonight and avoid even a runoff with incumbent Raphael Warnock. Issues close to these voters are the economy, small business affairs, and Walker's anti-abortion views. Judy Chanel is so supportive, she's been to, get this, 9 Walker rallies.
He's a Christian and he means what he says, and every rally he got better and better and better.
Now, there hasn't been any sign of Walker just yet tonight, but as you can see there, the room is filling up, so time will tell. Live in Atlanta, Anthony Montalto, 13 WMAZ News.
All right, Anthony, thank you very much. We continue to check in with our crews throughout the evening. Next stop is 8:25. For now, the results will continue on 13WMAZ.com. In our streaming devices, election coverage throughout the evening on 13WMAZ and our streaming devices. It is midterm election night 2022.
You're watching 13 WMAZ News, Elections 2022.
Thanks for joining us. It's been about an hour and a half since the polls closed. Let's take a look at some of the results statewide. The top of the ticket, the governor's race. Stacey Abrams still holding the lead right now, although Governor Brian Kemp has narrowed the gap right there. Still very early in the voting, but it's 51 to 49%. The Libertarian Shane Hazel not really making much of an impact.
Moving on to the race for U.S. Senate, and incumbent Raphael Warnock with 55% of the vote reporting so far. Herschel Walker in second, Chase Oliver with 2%, but we only have about 6% of the precincts reporting, so still very early.
And Lieutenant Governor's race, we popped that up. We'll check back with that a little bit later.
That's right. Tonight, Ashlyn Webb taking a closer look at the votes, county by county. She is in studio with our election tracker.
Yes, I'm joined by Professor Cliff Wilkinson from Georgia College and State University. We're looking at the governor's race right now. We were just talking about the margins, 50% for Stacey Abrams right now, 48% for Kemp. What are you seeing right now? What stands out to you?
Nothing really stands out, since it is so early, because what we're having is some of these blue counties going ahead and giving us those votes. We expect those. Large numbers of individuals in those counties. We expect Abrams to come out ahead of Kemp. Because of that early voting and where those votes are coming from.
And also we have to recognize 1.5 million votes so far, still very early on in the night, but we can just click around just to see. We were talking about Houston County during the break. This was really interesting too, just looking at those margins, 56% for Kemp. We can compare that back to 2018. That was about 58% there. What are you thinking about that race?
If this holds, what you're looking at is Kemp doing very well in Houston County. We noticed also in terms of the total numbers, Houston County seemed to have, great turnout. If that's the case, if that's indicative of other Republican counties, it doesn't bode well for Abrams.
I'm going to jump over now to the U.S. Senate race. That's very interesting right now, where we're going to look at the total. 53% right now, nearly 54% for Warnock. Of course, 1.5 million votes being counted right now. I'm going to go ahead and jump over to Baldwin County, where we were talking about that also. 50.4% for Walker. We've been seeing this flip back and forth throughout the night between Warnock leading and Walker leading. What are you seeing right now?
Oftentimes Baldwin County is kind of that bellwether because it is kind of half and half. We actually had a representative previously, a Rusty Kid, who because of this ran as an independent and one of the few independents in the state to win the General Assembly seat.
Yes, well, we'll check back in with you later. We'll be following these trends throughout the night. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Ashlyn and Professor Wilkinson.
All right, to look at some other statewide races. There is the lieutenant governor's race right now. The Democrat Charlie Bailey with the lead over Burt Jones. Again, very early in the going, about an 8% difference there. Also, the Attorney General's race, Chris Carr and Jen Jordan. Carr, the incumbent. Jordan has the lead by about 9%.
And for the Secretary of State, B. Wynn right now with 50% of the vote. Brad Raffensperger trailing slightly, about 2% there. He's the incumbent, but still very early in the night, not even quite 10% of the precincts reporting.
Continuing coverage right here. We'll be back at 8:55 on air. Results continue streaming on 13WMAZ.com.
You're watching 13 WMAZ News, Elections 2022.
Thank you for joining us. It's been 2 hours since the polls closed. Let's take a look at some of the results right now statewide.
For governor's race, Brian Kemp out to a lead here, 53% to Stacey Abrams, 47%, and that's with about 21% of the precincts reporting.
Race for U.S. Senate, Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker. The race has tightened up now. Warnock with 50%, Walker with 48%, the Libertarian with 2%.
And for House District 10, Mike Collins with 61% of the vote so far, 19% of the precincts reporting. And for U.S. District House 12, Rick Allen with 55% of the vote to Liz Johnson's 45%.
More House District races. Sanford Bishop and Chris West in a very close race right now. Only about 2,000 votes separating the two, with Bishop on top. Also in District 8, Austin Scott with a huge lead there over Darius Butler. Let's check in now with Ashlyn Webb. She's at with tracking the votes through our vote tracker.
Yes, I'm joined by Professor Cliff Wilkinson with Georgia College and State University. We're looking at the results now in District 8 with about 52% reporting, and we can see just a large win by Austin Scott so far with 67.9% of the vote. We can see that, this is a long-time red district, and we can just click around to see that, he has a very large advantage in several counties, some up to 70%. I'm going to click around just to show you, like Irwin County, 80.5%. And if we look at the total over here, overall in his district, 179,000 votes reported so far, and 68% of those going towards Scott, with Darius Butler 64,000 votes in behind and 32% of the vote. Professor, what are you thinking about just your overall thoughts on this?
There are two major items on this one. One is he's getting very close to the number of votes that he received previously.
Yes.
It's easy to see why you call it. And the second thing is that incumbency advantage. He's been the incumbent. He's on the important committees that help the district. No wonder that he's winning with such a wide margin.
And the other thing is, too, we were talking about the incumbency factor into this. He's been in office since 2011.
Right.
And what does that tell you about the race overall and how this compares to other parts of the state?
I'm not sure that we can equate this to some of the other races. It's going to be interesting to see the difference between the 8th and the 2nd. I think something else may be going on in the 2nd, but this definitely bodes well, let's say, for the Republicans, definitely in this part of Georgia.
Great. Well, we'll keep on tracking these trends throughout the night. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks very much. We want to say the Associated Press has called the Austin Scott race. They say Scott will return to Congress. He has come away with a convincing victory tonight. Again, the Associated Press calling Austin Scott the winner here.
Well, we want to thank you so much for joining us. We're going to be back at 9:25. For now, results continue on 13WMAZ.com and on our streaming devices.
All right, it's election night, the midterm elections. A lot of people voted early, a lot of people voted today, and we'll continue to track those results for you. And again, as Lori said, be back with you at 9:25. It is midterm election night 2022.
You're watching 13 WMAZ News, Elections 2022.
Hello and thanks for joining us for our continuing coverage. It's been about 2.5 hours now since the polls have closed across the country and across Georgia. Let's take a look at some of the results as they continue to come in right now. A lot of big races up there. The race for governor right now, the statewide race. Brian Kemp with a lead of about 101,000 votes with 37% of the precincts reporting over Stacey Abrams. The other big race at the top of the Georgia ticket, the U.S. Senate race, about 40% reporting right now. Raphael Warnock with a lead a little over 91,000 votes over Herschel Walker, the Libertarian getting 2%. Ryan Graham and Burt Jones right now. Ryan Graham with a huge lead in that race for lieutenant governor right there. And with Charlie Bailey, I'm not sure if those results are correct. That has the Libertarian leading. We may want to check on those results. That would be a huge upset there. Attorney General Chris Carr with a slim lead right there, about a 16,000 vote lead over Jen Jordan right now. That is the race for Attorney General. Chris Carr is the incumbent. Brad Raffensperger in the Secretary of State's race with a pretty sizable lead over B. Wynn right now. The Libertarian Ted Metz getting about 3% of the vote. Ag Commissioner Tyler Harper and Nikita Hemingway right now. Harper with a lead of about 85,000 votes. Insurance Commissioner John King and Janice Robinson. John King leading that race right now by about 82,000 votes. And the school superintendent, Richard Woods, leads in that race by about 130,000 votes. Let's check in now with Lori Johnson. She's with our panelists this evening.
Thank you so much, Frank. And bringing back our panelists now, Democratic Representative Miriam Paris and our Republican Representative Heath Clark. Thank you both so much for being here. Let's talk about the Austin Scott race, if we could. The Associated Press has declared him the winner. What was it about his campaign that was so successful?
I think he's done a good job as a representative representing the 8th District with Robbins Air Force Base and Moody Air Force Base, and he's one of the ranking Republicans on the Defense Armed Services Committee, and then agriculture being such a huge issue for him. He's been very in touch. You see him around Robbins and Moody all the time, so he's very in touch with his district and representing it very well.
So when it comes to the Senate race, Raphael Warnock, he has been pretty much ahead in the polls ever since they've closed. What is it about his campaign that was so successful thus far?
Well, I kind of want to say it's elementary, Watson, but I think that Senator Warnock really concentrated on getting his message out. He highlighted his accomplishments and some of the goodwill that he has for the people, and I think it just resonated. So kudos to him so far.
All right.
The night's still young.
Very good. Well, we're going to go ahead and wrap it up for now. We will see you about the top of the hour. So thank you both so very much. Frank, back to you.
All right. Of course, the results continue to come in. As we said, we will continue to follow them online. Don't forget 13WMAZ.com and all of our streaming devices. And we'll be back right here on 13WMAZ at 9:55. It is midterm election night 2022 on 13WMAZ.
You're watching 13 WMAZ News, Elections 2022.
Well, thanks for joining us for our continuing coverage. We continue to bring you results from around the state. Let's start at the top of the governor's race tonight. Right now, Governor Brian Kemp continues to widen his lead right now. He's got a lead of about 253,000 votes, getting 54% of the vote over Stacey Abrams. In the Senate race, this one now has just switched around. Raphael Warnock has led for most of the night, but Herschel Walker has now taken the lead by just a few votes, about 38,000 votes, with still a lot of votes left to be counted. House District 2, Sanford Bishop and Chris West, very tight race. Less than 1,000 votes separate these two, with Bishop on top right now. Lieutenant Governor's race, Burt Jones and Charlie Bailey, a close race. Jones ahead by about 18,000 votes in that one there. Attorney General Chris Carr and Jen Jordan, back and forth they go here. Carr with a 22,000 vote lead. A lot of these races very, very close. Brad Raffensperger, though, that's not the case here. He leads by almost 300,000 votes over B. Wynn. Ag Commissioner Tyler Harper and Nikita Hemingway back and forth. Harper now leading by about 100,000 votes. The Republican leads there. And now let's toss it over to Lori Johnson. She is with our panelists who have been with us throughout the evening, providing insight on these results.
Thank you so much, Frank. And we are so lucky to have representatives from both parties here. We have Democrat Miriam Paris here and then Republican Representative Heath Clark. So let's go ahead and talk about those two top of the ticket races, the governor and the U.S. Senate. Representative Clark, now we just saw that switch with Herschel Walker. I'm sorry. With that race, switching there, does that surprise you that Raphael Warnock is now kind of trailing in that race?
Well, it's just the nature of the elections. I mean, the numbers every vote has to be counted. So we're gonna call it when it's all over. Okay. So we're holding out till the end. So
not to be concerned yet then?
Well, I mean, some of the big counties still haven't. I don't think I saw DeKalb had reported yet. That's going to be a major voting county for Senator Warnock. And, we'll just have to see how it goes. Every vote's got to be counted.
So we're looking at the governor's race, and of course, Governor Kemp, he's kept a strong lead all night. But did you expect it? Are these results surprising at all? Is this a big enough lead? Is this what you were expecting?
I think, as she stated, with some of the Atlanta counties still being, having a lot of vote to still report, having this much of a lead is pretty comfortable. I don't know if it's going to stay that high, but I was expecting probably around 52, 53% just personally, just talking and looking at numbers around the state. But right now, to be hitting 54% plus you're feeling comfortable. I'm feeling comfortable as a Kemp supporter. Happy about that. Kind of shocked that the Chris West Sanford Bishop race is as tight as it is. Yeah. And I think that if that stays tight, that bodes well for the top of the ticket on the Republican side.
Okay, thank you both so much for your insight. And we will be we will be coming back to you, and we hope that you can join us on the CW at 10 o'clock for complete election results.
13 WMAZ News starts now.
Hello, thanks so much for joining us. It's election night in Georgia. I'm Lori Johnson.
And I'm Frank Malloy. Let's get right to the results right now of the races across the state in the governor's race. Brian Kemp and Stacey Abrams. Abrams jumped out to the early lead. The governor has been steadily catching up and now leads by about 250,000 votes in the race right there. Suzanne Lawler has been with Governor Kemp's watch party all night.
She joins us now live.
Well, let me tell you, it's getting hard to find a little elbow room in this room. The mood, though, is very festive and very confident. I would say about 45 minutes ago, First Lady Marty Kemp came out and talked to the crowd. She thanked them and got a few chuckles when she said running for governor was not in the marriage vows. She was kidding. She thanked everyone for their support and prayers for the family. And as folks are just killing a little time right now, many are signing a giant Brian Kemp sign. Many said, "Keep chopping," which Kemp tells supporters often. You know, folks we've talked to tonight say Kemp has done a good job with the economy, and they appreciate him opening the state during COVID. As the results come rolling in, it seems like Kemp has an edge, and we are hearing the cheers. They are also cheering for other Republican races throughout the state and throughout the country. Reporting in Atlanta, Suzanne Lawler, 13 WMAZ News.
All right, again, the race right now, the governor leading, as we said, by over 250,000 votes. The Libertarian not even making a dent right there. Kalisha Moore has been following the Abrams campaign in Atlanta tonight.
Absolutely, Frank. Now the doors opened at 7:30 and people have been coming in ever since to support Stacey Abrams. As we're in the room, it's filled from right to left. Some of her supporters coming in and showing more of that. Now we have seen a couple of people like Atlanta's Mayor Andre Dickens, who came in and brought about a speech about how Stacey Abrams galvanized Georgia from 2018 until this present day. They talked about how they're going to turn Georgia blue, and that's because of the people primarily in this room right now. Now, of course, there's still some speeches taking place behind me, and we've yet to see Stacey Abrams, but she's expected to come out at any time. That's all I have for you guys live in Atlanta. Kalisha Moore, 13 WMAZ News.
Thank you so much, Kalisha. Tonight, Ashlyn Webb taking a closer look at the votes county by county. She joins us in studio with our election tracker to break down how Central Georgia is voting in the governor's race.
Yes, Lori, throughout the evening, we've been seeing Governor Brian Kemp's advantage widening. We can see right now that 53.7% of the vote overall in the state is going towards Brian Kemp. That's with about 3.1 million votes being counted. Just looking at the state right now, you can see majority of that is like in 2018. Most of it's highlighted red, and then the metro areas, Columbus, Atlanta, Macon, Augusta, Savannah, those are highlighted blue around those metro areas. But let's take a closer look now in Central Georgia. This is really interesting to see how this compares because, of course, this is a rematch. Looking at Houston County, we can see that Brian Kemp is doing similar to how he did in 2018. 57.6% of the vote right now going to Governor Brian Kemp, and that's with 53,000 votes counted so far. And now we can compare that over to Hancock County, though, where Stacey Abrams, she won that county back in 2018. It seems like she still has an advantage now this year with 68% of the vote, but not nearly as much. You can see back in 2018, she had 75% of the vote. And we can jump over to Macon, where we can see going back to the 2022 election, she has 56.8% of the vote. We're going to jump over now to 2018. She had 62.9% then. So we're going to keep on monitoring this throughout the night, but still, comparing this race to last year, you can see that Stacey Abrams doesn't have as much traction as she did compared to 2018.
Well, as we switch gears into weather, we had another warm day today. There's that wedge backdoor cold front that was coming through today. The humidity started to drop, but the temperature did not. So we ended up with another record high. At least we tied one at 85. But the cooler stuff, you can feel it now. Moving on in, we're at 61. So instead of 60s for lows, 40s. That's where we'll start the day tomorrow. So much cooler out there. Great stuff all day tomorrow. And then Tropical Storm Nicole, as it is known by now, will come in here Thursday. It's looking like pretty likely we're going to get some rain and wind out of this as we go through Thursday night, overnight into Friday, which is not a terrible thing. We could really use the rain, just want the wind to stay down in check. 60-something in many spots, and you can see the green has been forced over into Alabama. That dry air continues to funnel. Look at the dew point. 29 in Augusta, very dry stuff. So the radar shot is quiet for now. I say for now because I'll show you some rainfall total projection maps coming up in a little bit that are pretty good for us, for those wanting rain. I don't know anybody who's not. 2 to 3 inches of rain, maybe some locally higher amounts. I'll show you that and the latest track of Nicole. It all comes up in just a few.
Certainly something to be keeping our eye on as the week rolls along.
Big time.
All right, thanks very much, Ben.
Now back to election night results. Let's take a look at the race for U.S. Senate. Incumbent Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock now trailing, well, actually in a dead heat just about here with Herschel Walker. And that race is very tight, each with 49%, neither one reaching that 50% threshold yet. Molly Jett is with Warnock's campaign tonight and takes us to the action.
As the night continues on, more and more Senator Walker supporters have filled this room. And while he isn't here himself yet, but you can tell the energy is just here. And the music is festive. There is cheering, dancing, and even prayers. There has been a buzz this whole time. And just take a look at this. The entire riser is filled with media crews from across the nation, not just Georgia outlets, but all the networks. And time speakers continue to go up to the podium, and all of them are just hoping to send Warnock back to Washington. Live in Atlanta, Molly Jett, 13W NBC News.
All right, again, those results right now, Herschel Walker with a lead of about 5,500 votes. Still a lot of votes left to be counted here, so almost a dead heat right now, though both Walker and Warnock below the 50% mark that they would need to avoid a runoff. Anthony Montalto has been with Herschel Walker's watch party throughout the evening. Let's check in with Anthony.
Hey there, guys. There is still no sign of Walker just yet, but you can see this crowd. They are ready for him. They've flooded the ballroom here at the Omni ever since about 7:30, and they're pretty excited to be here. Now, there were even some cheers early on as various races nationwide were called for Republicans like Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. This group, of course, hoping this race gets called their way soon. It was always supposed to be a close one, but folks here aren't letting the numbers get to them. We've spoken with people from all over the place tonight. Atlanta, Marietta, Tifton, and of course, close to home in Macon. They support Walker on issues like the economy and what he pledges to do to help small businesses. For others, it's more simple, just that he's a Christian and started most of his rallies with a prayer. Now, as for how they think tonight will go, some say Walker will win tonight outright. Others not so sure we'll have any answers too soon. They hope Walker comes away with it in a runoff. Now, if that runoff happens, it means neither Warnock or Walker got 50% plus one vote needed to win the election. And if it does go to that runoff, it's slated for December 6th. Live in Atlanta, Anthony Montalto, 13 WMAZ News.
All right, Anthony, thanks very much. As you see the Senate results right there, House District 2, Chris West and Sanford Bishop. Right now, West has now taken the lead by about 83 votes. Austin Scott has won this race right here. No trouble. The incumbent getting reelected over Darius Butler. A statement from Austin Scott tonight says, quote, "I believe that Georgia's 8th Congressional District is home to the best people in America, and I am humbled to consider representing them in the 118th Congress." That from Austin Scott, the winner tonight. Georgia Senate District 18, John Kennedy with a sizable lead over Chris Benton right now, about a 14,000 vote difference right there. Georgia House District 146, Houston County, Shaw Blackman, the incumbent, defeating Courtney Driver right now. Not all the votes have been cast, but Blackman with the lead. House District 147, this is the district that Heath Clark decided not to run for re-election. Bethany Ballard and Ariel Phillips. Right now, Bethany Ballard with a lead by several thousand votes. In the House and County Commission Post 2, 75% of the precincts reporting. Shane Gottwalls now with a lead by about 9,000 votes over Tim Riley. Senate District 25, Rick Williams and Valerie Rogers. Rick Williams with a sizable lead right there. State House District 144, Dale Washburn and Eddie Connor. Dale Washburn looks like he'll get reelected. He has a very nice lead right there, a sizable lead over Eddie Connor. Macon Water Authority District 2 right now. Desmond Brown is leading right here. There's still a lot of votes to be counted, but if the results stand the way they are, Desmond Brown and Lindsay Holliday would be in a runoff. Right now, Brown leads by about 183 votes in that particular race.
So I'm here with our panelists tonight. We really appreciate having them here. State Representatives Heath Clark, he is our Republican, Marion Paris, our Democrat, and then Cliff Wilkinson, he is our Georgia College and State University political science professor. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Let's talk about this Senate race. Oh my goodness. Okay, so Representative Clark, your thoughts. I mean, it is neck and neck, 5,500 votes separating the two.
That is incredible. It's going to be tight. There's still a lot of votes out there. I haven't had a chance to really sit down and play with that cool TV over there
Isn't that
and
cool?
look at how much is
tracker.
reported in different parts of the state to see where the remaining votes are to be had. But it's tight, and it's a huge race for the nation in taking control of the Senate. And you know, again, that Chris West, Sanford Bishop, that's going to show that the turnout there will affect that race as well, because if that stays tight, the Senate race is going to stay tight.
So many tight races tonight.
Yeah.
Your thoughts, Representative Paris?
Yeah, well, I think we all kind of knew it was going to be tight, especially this particular race. And then you've got a third person in on that race as well.
Right, the Libertarian.
So that has certainly caused what may be a runoff in December for the two gentlemen. Like I said earlier, it's all about turnout. This is why every vote must be counted, and everyone needs to know that their vote does count.
It does.
Your vote counts.
Thank you both so very much. Frank, let's send it back over to you.
All right, indeed, throughout the evening, and as Marion Paris said, every vote indeed does count. Central Georgia voters did not see a whole lot of complications at the polls today, pretty much smooth sailing. We'll chat with some people about their voting experiences in Houston and Peach County. And as we go to break, we share results of some other state office races that we're following. Stay with us.
Welcome back. Let's take a look at voter turnout across the nation. Voters in Reno, Nevada waited in the snow and sleet to vote today. As of noon, 14,000 voters had cast their ballots in Washoe County, Nevada. Over 129,000 Washoe County residents voted early.
In Phoenix, Arizona, people reported wait times of over an hour. Many polling locations had estimates of more than 100 people in line to vote this afternoon. County's election website provided voters with location information and estimated wait times for each spot.
Voters in Pennsylvania experienced the opposite. Many anticipated long lines, but voters there have said this year has been seamless. At one polling location, voters filtered in and out and referred to the process as quick and simple. Pennsylvania voters feel voting is an important duty.
Hugely significant opportunity to cast our vote for what we all think is important in life.
Some locations experienced paper shortages, which extended voting hours to 10 p.m.
Poll workers and voters both told us they did not see a lot of complications at the polls today around central Georgia, which could be a good thing. Camilla Williams went to Houston and Peach counties to see how people there felt about today's voting experience.
Gail Harbuck came to Houston Healthcare Pavilion to cast her vote. She said turnout was quite disappointing.
Because it was so slim, and me being handicapped, I went through the handicap lane.
Using a wheeled walker to get around, Harbuck says she had an advantage, skipping past the lines.
Everything was great for me because I can't stand up.
And in Byron, Carolyn Perkins says there was nothing to worry about.
No complications. Everybody was nice. Everybody. It was just smooth.
Perkins has been voting for more than 20 years. She says when you vote, you have nothing to complain about. When voting, she says she looks for candidates who know what they're doing.
But I believe that they're honest and they know their job, and I think they'll do a good job, and helping the people of America.
Harbuck says it's important to vote and help choose Georgia's leaders.
And we've got to have the right leaders to teach us, to lead us in the right direction.
In Houston County, Camila Williams, 13 WMAZ News.
Bibb County Elections Office said they had 26,848 in-person early votes.
Well, yesterday we shattered the record with 87. Today we tied it with 85. The cool stuff was supposed to come on in, but it's taking its time. Now the cooler weather coming in. The timing for rain and wind from Nicole. Straight ahead.
Running through the results of local SPLOST votes. We'll be back right after this.
Okay, Well, here's the deal. We had the wedge start to come in today, and the models were showing maybe that we would be in the upper 70s today as the cool stuff was coming in. Well, we tied another record at 85. Now the cool air is moving in. Now, the lower humidity, that was a true thing. That was happening starting this morning and has really started to make itself known out there. That part of the fall equation is back. Upper 40s in the morning, so much cooler, and there is a look at some of the numbers now. So we do have 61 in Macon, still showing this weird 70 degrees in Thomaston. The past few nights, they've showed some numbers that are way warmer than everybody else. Maybe it's just this thing where a sensor a week seems to be going off. We'll see if that's the case. Drier air coming in, so we're talking really low humidity. And now that that's here, that's going to stay that way through tomorrow. But you may have heard of a tropical storm heading this way. And with that comes water in the air, so humidity will be coming back up for Thursday briefly. All right, so there's the radar shot now. Nothing going on. Let's go way over here. And we can find Nicole here as we go through the day tomorrow, going across the northern Bahamas, somewhere along the Atlantic coast of Florida is probably a Category 1. It's looking like a low-end Category 1. After that, we have to see what kind of strength this has when it makes its way up here. Let's start with tomorrow. We have a nice day tomorrow. Enjoy that. A little bit of a breeze. The dry air in place, 60s, not bad at all. And as we head forward into Thursday mid-morning, there could be a sprinkle or two, but the big show starts to come in later. Here's Thursday afternoon. If you're in our southern, southeastern counties, you'll see some of this first. There could be outer bands in here that will have some heavy rain at times and maybe not a slam dunk, but sometimes a little brief spin up, little tornadoes in there because of where we are in proximity to the eye of the storm. There's Thursday night, still moving on up. There's around 3 or 4 in the morning, Friday morning, and then as we go forward through the day Friday, this all swiftly moves away. Here is the latest on the storm. Now, once you get 74 miles per hour, you're a Category 1 hurricane. This is at 70. So this is a high-end tropical storm, and there's a look at that track going through tomorrow night into Thursday morning coming across. Now this new track, instead of keeping it at tropical storm force winds, as the National Hurricane Center has lowered that to an area of low pressure, so a weakening system as it comes through our area. So in other words, a little bit downgraded from what we were looking at earlier. So I still think we're going to have some rain and we're going to have some wind with this. There's a look at landfall early Thursday morning, it's looking like, and then starts to roll on up. I just showed you all this, but you can see the same kind of look. I wanted you to see it from that vantage point right there, and again, moving away as we go through the day. Let's get into the long-range models. It shows Friday night into Saturday, things moving away. A cold front that is responsible for steering Nicole back out into the Atlantic will be bringing in some frigid stuff starting Saturday night and on into Sunday and for the start of next week. Let's talk about the rainfall totals with this. And of course, these are just estimates, but for those who are wanting rain, and I've talked to a lot of people over many weeks, 2, 3, maybe close to 4 inches of rain in some spots. And with the wind gusts, we'll have a little bit of a breeze tomorrow, but then it starts to pick up here on the timeline. Obviously, as the storm gets closer here, it comes up here. Some of the, wind gusts could exceed 45, 50 miles per hour, at least at the onset farther south. And we'll see if it's weakening as it comes through. Again, that low end level 1 severe threat there on that outside edge there on what they call, of course, the dirty side of the storm. There's the 7-day. Great tomorrow. Rain and wind coming in Thursday late, overnight into Friday, and then a chillier weekend coming on in. Don't forget, you can track tropical storm Nicole for right now with the weather team on 13WMAZ's app. Just look for the Hurricane Center section. You'll also find information on ways to stay prepared when a tropical storm or hurricane comes to our area. Download the 13WMAZ Plus app. Start streaming now.
All right, welcome back. Let's take a look at some non-election news. Warner Robins police investigating 3 people found dead in the Bon Air home. They're looking at that as a murder-suicide. Around 11 a.m. yesterday, officers found Bessie and Tierra Burke and Antoine Everett shot dead inside of a home on Edgerton Drive in Bon Air.
The Burke family says 84-year-old Betsy and 34-year-old Tierra lived in the home. A news release says Everett was from Macon. Warner Robins police say 2 people found dead in an apartment complex died by double suicide. They identified the victims as 61-year-old Danny Elliott and 59-year-old Gretchen Elliott, both of Warner Robins. Officers found their bodies yesterday during a welfare check at the Chatham Park Apartments on Cohen Walker Drive. Police have not released any further details on the deaths. They say this case is not connected to the other investigation from hours earlier.
Funeral services have been planned for Atlanta-based Migos rapper Takeoff. The 28-year-old was shot and killed in Houston, Texas last week. The service will be at State Farm Arena this Friday at noon. Doors will open at 11 a.m. A Lilburn pastor will preside. You can find tickets on Ticketmaster. You can get 2 free tickets if you are a Georgia resident.
H&H founder and adopted Allman Brothers matriarch Mama Louise Hudson has died. She died in hospice this morning, surrounded by her family. Mama Louise was the co-owner of the H&H cafeteria until she sold it a few years ago. She often fed members of the Allman Brothers band when they were just starting out. Other famous musicians who recorded at Capricorn Records would often grab a bite to eat at the H&H. Mama Louise was 93 years old. Here's how Central Georgians are reacting to the news of Mama Louise's death today. John says Mama Louise will always be a one-of-a-kind lady who loved everyone. Monica says legends like you live forever in our hearts. Donna says Mama Louise had a well-lived life and will be remembered for all the good she did. And Daniel says Mama Louise was a sweet woman and made the best ham sandwiches. And David says he ate plenty of meals filled with goodness at her counter.
Macon Mayor Lester Miller and representatives from the amphitheater's design build team presented the final designs for the amphitheater. The designs were revealed at a presentation that included renderings and an animated fly-through that showed onlookers what they can expect to see at the amphitheater building built at the Macon Mall. Designs from the presentation included VIP suite plans. According to a news release, early work on the site has already started. The mayor says the amphitheater is expected to open between September and October of next year.
And time now to toss to Herschel Walker. We're going live to his campaign. He's getting ready to speak now.
Yeah, and he put us here for a reason, and we're here to win this election, are we not? Hey, so I'm gonna tell you this little story I've been talking about, these 2 little boys. And one little boy is always positive in life. No matter whatever happened to that kid, he was positive about it. But this other little kid was always negative. No matter whatever was going on in his kid's life, he was negative about everything. And the father don't know what's going on with these kids because they're twins, but they're so opposite. So around Christmas time, he tried a little experiment. He put this negative kid in his room, nothing but brand new toys. But he put this positive kid in his room, nothing but horse manure. And after an hour or so, he looked down on this negative little kid and he was complaining, I don't want this, I want that. I don't want this, I want this. And the father knew.
Herschel Walker speaking right there. The race still very close. It looks like about 25,000 votes separating the two, with Walker in the lead. We'll have more on 13 WMAZ at 11 o'clock.
If you can hang in there a little bit longer, just hang in there a little bit longer, because something good, it takes a while for it to get better. And it's gonna get better. So I wanted to thank you guys for hanging in. And if some of you have to go home, you can wake up tomorrow morning and see that the new senator for the great state of Georgia is Herschel Walker. So I wanted to tell you guys, and I want to thank you guys for coming out. And thank you guys for being here. And thank you guys for all your support. I'm not leaving you. I'm up there, they call it a war room, and I say it's a blessing. Now, I'm up there in this room that I've been blessed. So I'm ready. And I know you guys are ready as well. So, hey, God bless you guys. Let's just keep it going. God bless. Thank you guys so much.
across America with mega jackpots. It's Mega Millions.
Hello, America. I'm John Crow. It's Tuesday, November 8th, and tonight's Mega Millions jackpot is an estimated annuitized $154 million. To win that jackpot, you must bet these 5 white balls plus that gold mega ball. Now, let's see if I can make you a millionaire tonight. Our first winning number tonight is 13. That's followed by 29. Up next, we have 5. Your next number is 38, and your final white ball number is 59. Now for the mega ball number, that is 23. Again, tonight's winning numbers are 13, 29, 5, 38, 59, and the gold mega ball is 23. Now, if no one matches all 6 numbers, Friday's jackpot could be more than $189 million. Good luck and play on, America.
.13 WMAZ News starts now.
Yeah, election night, midterm election night 2022 continues across America. And once again, a lot of eyes on the state of Georgia, a battleground state featuring some very closely watched races. Thanks for joining us. I'm Frank Malloy.
And I'm Lori Johnson.